The high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris.
Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening.
What
we
is
are
up?
looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all,
let me think about that for a sec. Because I'm gonna look at both of their arguments and then her rebuttal. She is planning on giving tax cuts to people with businesses and also people with children, giving tax breaks in this economy. And then she also says that Trump is thinking of giving people a sales tax. What do you mean by that, Fat Botter? In regards to Trump's sales tax, I have not heard anything about that. Let me see if I can get a little more information on that.
What he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month.
I don't remember him saying that, and if he were to do that, no one would vote for it. I don't think he would say that. Just to make this clear now, I don't like Trump, and I'm not a huge, I don't really care for Kamala Harris, but I think she's the better option in this case. I basically know very little about her. But I definitely don't want Trump. But I'm going to attack them both fairly and just examine both their sides. A 20% sales tax is crazy, and no one would go for that. I think she's spouting nonsense. I don't think that he's saying that. Or he might have said that. That might be one of her talking points. Kudos to her for attacking him with it, but to me it just sounds like nonsense. After this, I'll probably look at Politico. Hopefully it'll have analyzed this whole thing when I'm done. And then let's go on to her other things, her tax cuts for businesses and for families with children. If she's saying that she will do that, my question now is, why hasn't she done that already? Why has she not done these tax cuts already? Why are people suffering now? And why is she saying, oh, but when I'm president, when I'm in power, I will make it better for everybody? When you're already vice president, why are you not making it better now? What is preventing you from doing better now? That is my rebuttal to her in that. But I'm sure people have already said that. I'm positive, in fact. And then let's see Trump's rebuttal.
Economists have asked people.
First of all, I have no
tax cuts for what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental.
I think I have to pause because he just goes through so much stuff so fast. Let's just start over and I'll pause
Tariffs,
whenever.
they can. And we're doing tariffs on other countries.
Dollars more of what
Yeah.
should be the backs of middle
My
class
fault, my
people
stuff turned
paying
off.
for tax cuts for
Okay.
billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that.
Mhm.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world.
So as you may not know, you may be European. I don't know where you're from. Americans know that the U.S. has a large deficit and a large debt to other nations and all around the world. In fact, I can show you right now. U.S. national debt. There's a debt clock, just website, just to show everything going on. Da-da-da. Okay, that's that. This is huge. In fact, I have to make the window smaller just to get it all in. And he's talking about the debts that other countries owe us. Because it is true, while we owe other countries, like here, U.S. trade deficit, China, things like that, we owe other countries. They also owe us. And so it's a complicated thing. And the question is, hey, why don't we just negate each other's debt? It is crazy, yeah. It's crazy. It's huge. This huge number is going up by hundreds of thousands of dollars a second. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The main thing is right here, U.S. national debt. It's currently at billion, $35 trillion. And the question is, hey, if we owe money to, let's say, France, but France also owes us money, why don't we cancel it out? And it's a little more complicated than what I'm about to say. It's a little, there's more nuances, there's more information that even I don't know. But the main point of the thing is, people are scared that if they no longer have debt, we no longer have debt to them, they will no longer trade with us. They will no longer interact with us and negotiate with us in things. And I think that's a really, I don't think that's a fair assumption, but of course, I do not have enough experience in this kind of thing. I truly don't think that would happen. America is just so large in economically and trade wise. I don't think it would happen. But that's one of the fears. There's other reasons, there's other fears, but that's one of them. I'm not going to say that's the main one either. But yeah, revenue per citizen, that averages it out to $15,000. That's great. State debt is only 1 trillion. Okay, that's fair. Debt per citizen. I love having debt. Okay, let's close this out and let's continue. But I'll just go on from point to point, I guess. I'm cooking. I don't know about that. But let's continue.
And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally.
That's it, tariffs are a great thing because you need to the country needs to grow on it. It needs to have its own processes of um, exporting goods and also making their own goods. We have American companies specifically for cars, and we love that. And we tariff things. We tariff things a lot. All countries tariff things, of course, and all countries have their own production. But what he's saying is, hey, um, I have this tariff with China. I did that. I'm the best. I made $1 billion. You're welcome. But uh, the reason why we still have that tariff is not because it made so much money. It is not because of that. The reason why is because it is to stop China from taking all of our local businesses that we have. Let's say, perfect example, Chinese electric cars. At the moment, they are actually really good, and the common consumer does not know that. Most countries outside of Asia do not know that the Chinese electric vehicle is actually really good and really cheap. People are getting Chinese vehicles, electric vehicles, for around 10,000 US dollars. And they are good. They are top quality. Meanwhile, I can get a Tesla for 30, 40,000 US dollars. It is not even close. Yeah, and there's still flaws. Yeah, it's crazy. And there are still flaws with Tesla vehicles. There, neither, people claim that Tesla vehicles blow up. That's not very true. People claim that Chinese vehicles blow up. That's not very true either. There's very few instances of either. And you need to notice that. You need to look into it yourself. I am not telling you that, hey, my word is law. You should also just learn this yourself. Look into things. The reason why we have tariffs, sorry, I sidetracked a bit, is to prevent China from taking over all of our industry in cars and solar panels and so many other things. If we just had no tariffs, then China would send over a large amount of things, an array of things. They're the reason why my grandfather had to stop his furniture business, and went into other things because people just imported Chinese furniture for so much cheaper. That is how business goes. You go for the cheaper stuff. People buy potatoes from all over the country, from Idaho, because they sell potatoes for cheap. It is a big L. You're right. But that's business. That's how the economy works. That's how the world works. Hey, if something's cheaper and not that different, I'll go get it from there. That's how life works. If I have this store, but I can go to Costco over here and it's cheaper and I get more, then yeah, I'll go there. That's how everybody works. So the reason why we have a tariff, and we actually expanded the tariff, Biden expanded the tariff to be more on China because of the electric vehicles. He actually, I think, I don't, let me look it up. I don't want to lie. Tariff on Chinese vehicles. I can't spell. Da, 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 da. That's Canada on. Yeah, everybody's putting tariffs on Chinese vehicles. Canada put a 100% tariff, which makes them a $20,000 car. That's not what I want. EU tariffs on Chinese cars. Yeah, 17 for BYD. BYD is the main competitor of China, I thought, but maybe I should look into SYNC. But yeah. U.S. tariffs on China. Da da da. U.S. tariffs on Chinese cars. No, that's the other way around. Yep, 100%. Okay. I didn't want to lie, but America has expanded it to be 100% on electric vehicles and 50% on solar cells and 25% on aluminum and steel products. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Go into effect next year. So if I want a cheap car, I should buy it now, is what it's saying. Okay, right when I get $1 million. Will do. But that's the reason why tariffs are a thing. It's to stop people from going to the cheaper price out of the country, which would then lead the local businesses in your country from expanding. It would stop your local businesses from expanding, and it would also shut them down. And people would have a lot less jobs. And that's why tariffs are a thing. It's very important. But he's not the reason it stayed. China's the reason it stayed. So, dub, yes. China's the reason it stayed. China's the reason why it expanded, because China is a major industrial power. And let's go on to see what else he says.
Totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a.
He just said he had no inflation. Now, that's not true. Inflation is always there. If you have no inflation, your country becomes, it's not good. Japan, for a long time, had no inflation, or little to no inflation, and that leads to problems. If you have negative inflation, that's also not good. Yeah, inflation is important. It's important. It really is important. It's also kind of a good thing. The problem that we're seeing now is we let inflation go out of control. Let's say 2% inflation, 3% inflation, that's okay. When it goes higher than that, that's when we start seeing problems. How do I say this? How do I describe this? Things get a lot, things have gotten a lot more expensive very, very fast. But inflation is a good thing. So what's going on? Why do you say inflation is a good thing? How do I say this? So let's look at Japan. Okay, as I said, they had little inflation, very little inflation for a long time. But what does that mean, and what does that do? So, How do I explain this? So prices stayed the same, wages stayed the same. Let's say that, okay? But prices don't always stay the same, especially when the world around you, the countries around you, their prices are going up with inflation and over time, and things just naturally become more expensive. I don't know, resources get rarer. Some countries are at war, so their exports into your imports of your country become a little more expensive because of wars, things like that. Things naturally get expensive. But when your country says, hey, we're not going to raise wages and we're not going to raise prices, then that gets a little weird because suddenly things you're importing are getting more expensive, but things you're not importing, just local businesses, are staying the same. So it becomes a little weird. And then it gets weirder because your country has a national debt. That's just what things do. Governments have debts. And so that rises even more exponentially, as it does already. And its debts grow larger and larger. I feel like I am explaining this terribly. This part I'm not so good with. Anyway, things are getting more expensive in Japan, but Japan's wages haven't risen. Like in GTA 5, how all the prices for the car increased by millions. Yeah, but for that you could just do a couple of heists and maybe get that done. Japanese people can't really fix that. uh, yeah, every Japanese person is just gonna go to a bank and rob it real quick. Oh, that's great. Um, anyway, things are getting more expensive, but because people's wages haven't really risen, they feel like um, they feel like they're actually getting paid less. They feel like their money is going um, a smaller and smaller distance each year, and it really hurts them and it really hurts their economy. It doesn't get them as far as it used to. Like how gas prices have gone up. Like I could have got a full tank with $20 a couple of years ago, but now it takes me 30. It's crazy. That is kind of a more present thing just in all countries nowadays. But I'm trying to say why inflation is good. Now, inflation is good because ideally everyone's wage is also going up with inflation. And it basically goes about the same each year. So, like, let's say, hey, everyone's going to get a wage increase by 2% or 3% each year, and the country's goal is to have 2 or 3% inflation each year. So it should just line up, should just match up. But that's not happening in anybody's case. Most countries are having trouble, which is truly a shame. Big L. Yeah, it is a big L. I don't know what country you're in, but you might be seeing economic woes. I'm not sure. I know America. I know a lot of Europe is having economic woes right now. I know Japan is. I know Australia is. It all it's very dependent on things. Let's see what else he has to say.
A terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster.
Let's think about that. He's not wrong. If you look at McDonald's prices, they are huge in this country. I live in Florida in the US. Oh, okay, you're definitely seeing this then. Yeah, man, gas is so expensive now. McDonald's is so expensive now. You're seeing inflation. Um, he is right. In some cases, there's up to 80% inflation. I believe that in some cases, McDonald's has had 100% inflation. Starbucks is very expensive. That's had inflation. Um, what I also noticed in this was Kamala shaking her head.
70 and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago.
She's shaking her head at that fact. Which I don't know what that tells me. I don't know what that tells me. Maybe it tells me she doesn't agree with him. Maybe it tells me that she doesn't know um, how high things have gone. Maybe it tells me she's reacting in a way like, gosh darn it, he said that, and that's true. I don't know. But I don't like her shaking her head to that because it is true. Things are way more expensive than they should be. McDonald's used to be the place to go for a cheap meal, and now it's not. Not for me, at least. And I wish it was. Let's go on.
This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country.
I just want to say right now that I am fine with immigration. For immigration. And I think that anything that he says bad about immigration, I do not agree with. I am sorry if you have different opinions, but this is my opinion, and I hope that you respect that I have this opinion. There was a recent riot in the UK, and it was started because somebody thought that an immigrant did a bad thing. Say Montoon? Yeah. Thank you. As I was saying, people started riots because they thought an immigrant did a bad thing. Here, let's look it up. Recent UK riots. What's causing the riots? Initial spread of misinformation, led by usual coterie bad actors. What caused the riots? Yeah, people were claiming that a migrant who arrived attacked, stabbed somebody. But it was just a rumor. They were just lies, and it led to a lot of people doing bad things. A lot of people being very bad. Man, these poor people. That is exactly misinformation. That is what is happening here. That is basically anything to do with immigration happening. A lot of things are not the fault of immigration. It's just not. You're just wrong if you say that. And I'm sorry, not sorry that you're wrong. Freaking learn. Let's go on. Sorry.
They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality.
You're
and
wrong.
We have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I
No.
created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but
Thank
I
you.
would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
That's because
Donald
of
Trump
COVID.
left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald
couldn't
Trump
control
left
COVID.
us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Yeah, he did
And
Jan
what
6.
we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hope.
One sec. Before she goes on, the one thing I wanted to say was the COVID part. 2019 was a great year economically. I don't really care politically. I'm not gonna say he did 2019 great. He did handle COVID bad though. He handled COVID poorly. How do I describe this? He basically did not care. Did you know that it's called COVID-19 because it was found in COVID-19? Did you know that it took us months for us to properly react and to properly get people safe? We found the virus was spreading in like November of 2019, and we didn't go into quarantine until March 13th of 2020. That was COVID. That was 5 years of, not 5 years, 5 months of COVID spreading. And we did not quarantine until March. He also did pretty bad in terms of masking people. In fact, he told people to drink bleach. How do I say this? He's a buffoon. His response and his political decisions were very bad in a time of crisis for the country. He could have done smarter decisions. Personally, I don't know what I would have done, but I would have maybe listened to people that were smarter than him. I would have definitely, I would have done more medical incentives at least. I would have definitely made more medical, like, things for people. Let's continue. Also, she talked about, the Jan 6 insurrection. Yeah, not a big fan of that Trumpy.
Of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the
You
importance
got me with the
of
bleach. Let
bringing
me
us
just
together,
tell
knowing we
that
have so much
burned.
more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Yeah, I didn't like the taste of it. Yeah, you're right. She was supposed to go on to say what she would do with the economy, and she didn't. She spent that whole minute not saying what she would do. And she spent the 2 minutes prior not really. Well, she gave the tax cuts for people with small businesses and children, but other than that, she didn't say anything about what she would do since, and I'm kind of disappointed. Trump didn't really say what he would do either, to be fair. He just talked about his economy being the best in the past.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world.
How do I show you this? He goes through things very fast, so I do have to pause during his. Again, he's just talking about the past. He's not really talking about what he will do in the future. I really don't like this man. And I'm going to time this guy out. And whatever. Cool. Yeah. Let me see. I need to listen to that one more time, I think.
We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic.
You did not. You didn't do a phenomenal job with the pandemic. As I said a couple minutes prior, you did not handle it well. I like your handling of it. But you said something a little bit earlier.
Create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic.
A minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially. And
that's what I wanted. Cutting taxes. So that's his plan for if he's reelected. Economic wise, I don't know about you guys, but taxes are not my main concern. Taxes are not the cause of inflation. taxes are just with inflation. And taxes have relatively stayed the same, but prices have gone up, and thus the percentage of the tax, since it stayed the same with the price going up, it's obviously just going to be larger. How old am I? I'm in my 20s. So cutting taxes, I don't really care for that. What you need to do is, all right, all right, all right. Unk, are you in your teens? Okay, cool. Glad you're here to watch something important for you. Very cool. I'm glad you're learning. 15? Okay, oh, you're in high school, or just about to be. Good for you. Cherish those years, truly and fully. Cherish those years, because you will not get them back. Cherish how much you eat, because sometimes you don't have a lot of money and you will eat less. Anyway, let's go on to this. Cutting taxes is not necessarily good, because if you are a regular person, if you are lower or middle class, let's say lower class ends around, I don't know, $50,000, $75,000, you're only going to be taxed so much. Here, let's look at the tax rates. Let's look at this. U.S. tax brackets. Let's see this. Okay, you get 10% if you have $0 to $11,000. I'm lower class, dub. Yeah. 12% for 11,000 to 44%. And let me just make this clear now, so you know. From $0 to $11,000, it's only 10%. Once you make more than that, once it's 11,000 to 44%, 44,000, then that 30,000 plus is taxed at 12%, but everything below $11,000 is taxed at 10%. That's just how that goes. Only the $11,000 through $44,000 is taxed at 12%. That's how the tax brackets work. So let's say you make $40,000. So $30,000 is going to be taxed at 12%, and then the other $10,000 is going to be taxed at 10%. Okay? Let's continue. So $44,000 to $95,000, that's going to be taxed at 22%. So what I'm trying to say here is, if you're being taxed $22,000 on 22% on $50,000, it's not going to make a big difference if you cut that. Because for one, you're not going to cut it a lot, okay? It's not going to be cut a lot. For two, the government's not going to save a lot by cutting those taxes. So the real thing is the benefits to Trump if he cuts taxes. The benefits to Trump is, hey, if I'm super rich, if I own $1 million, then I'm still in the same tax bracket as somebody who has $600,000. That's just how that works. If I make $1 billion a year, then I'm still in the same tax bracket as somebody making $1 million a year. And that is stupid. the tax cut would be benefiting those who are rich. And I need you to know that. I need you to recognize that. Cutting taxes is a bad thing, even though a lot of people think it's a good thing. Cutting taxes really only helps the rich. Now, I'm not saying that adding taxes helps the poor. I'm not saying that. In fact, I need to be very specific. You do not need to add more taxes in general. What I'm saying that the government needs to do is to probably just make more tax brackets. To probably tax the rich just more. It just makes more sense. But now there's the problem. Hey, I made this $2 million on my own. Why would I necessarily be losing 50% of my money to taxes? Why do I have to pay half of my money to taxes? I think that's unfair. I made this money with my bare hands. That's fair. That's a completely fair argument to say. But I don't think that it's fair to say that, how do I say this? I don't think that it's fair that everyone who's poorer than you should be necessarily have such a terrible lifestyle. And that is why taxes are a thing. Taxes are there to help the rest of the country. But it is crazy. Because it's something to consider. What should be the max tax limit? Because 37% is already quite a large amount. It is crazy. It is something to consider, isn't it? Sorry, I went down for a moment. I think that should be better. Okay. So what I'm saying is there should be a limit to the tax rates, but I don't think that it should just stop increasing once it reaches 578,000. Also, why is this so specific? Why is there a non-zero number in every digit? I don't know why, and that is concerning to me. That is weird. Anyway, it's very complicated and very sad and very confusing. But moral of the story is we do not need tax cuts. We actually just need to tax the rich more. And I think that one way to help would be instead of taxing richer people, it would be taxing companies. Because the rich people are already paying 37%. I think 50% is so large. If I make $50 million and 50% of that is going away, I would feel quite robbed. I'd already feel robbed if it's 37%, but 50%, that's crazy. That's half a year of my work just going down to taxes. That's crazy. 37%, that's a large limit. Okay, then it has to go to companies. Companies are not being taxed enough. That means that must be the case or something. It's so confusing. Oh, they did the little example. Yeah. So first 11,000, that's taxed at 10%. The next $33,000 taxed at 12%, and then the next yada yada. Next 14,000 is taxed at 22%. That is a good example. So, my fault, twin. I got to go to sleep. I got a college math test tomorrow. Good night. But are you streaming tomorrow? Maybe. I don't know. I just wanted to go over this. There's definitely going to be recording, so you should definitely just check that out because I want you to stay informed, okay? I want you to make sure that you you don't even have to pay attention to what I'm chatting about, but you should at least just watch the debate. You don't even have to see my recording. It's on YouTube. Keep yourself informed, okay? Also, you're in 15 and in college. Good for you. Proud of you. Let's continue on.
And create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible.
As I said earlier in the stream, Trump was very delayed in getting people's masks and ventilators. His reaction was very slow, and I am actually it is a thing to be mad about when thinking about it, because the COVID-19 is called COVID-19 because it was found in the later end of 2019. It was not a 2020 thing. And Trump just had a very, very slow reaction to the virus. And he told people to drink bleach, and he didn't make people quarantine until March of 2020. I think it was public in November of 2019, and so that's 5 months. So that happened. And now he's talking about how he left people in a better economy. The stock market was booming. Let's talk about that. So, if you look at any company's stocks, once quarantine hit, everything went down. And I think that's just because of the initial, like, oh no, people aren't going to buy anything because it's quarantine. Oh no, all the companies are going down. Everything's going to go bankrupt, yada yada. It was initial investor panic because that's what happens when something bad happens. However, everything did go up. Consumers started buying. The economy was actually thriving. In fact, people weren't going out, so they didn't have anything to spend their money on. And so people had a surplus of money, and thus companies' stocks kept rising. That is how the economy works. And 2019 was already a booming year. I will give that to him, but I do not give him the fact that he made that economy boom. He made the companies go up. However, if you want to think about the companies booming, they did boom because he gave him tax cuts. He gave all of the companies tax cuts and things like that. So if you want to thank Trump for the economy booming, you can, but know that it's like that because he decided to make the companies just be richer, and that's why, and not any other reason.
And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But
I know nothing about him regarding the military. He probably funded it more. I don't know. I just want to say that. And no one should give you anything with the pandemic because of my rant earlier.
the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people.
To be fair, Kamala, I have not heard much of a plan from you either. And yes, you did say tax for the poor people, and you just said that Trump is giving tax breaks to the richer people. So I do agree there. But regardless, go on.
I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I did.
Hold on. For one, you're saying that Donald Trump's plan would invite a recession. Are you not aware that we're basically in a recession right now? You need to understand that we're in a recession basically right now. Prices are up, unemployment is up, people are losing jobs. It's very bad. And I don't think I've seen a lot of it's not production, but it's effort put in by you or Biden into improving the economy. I haven't seen many efforts in that.
I invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration.
I think I need to re-see the question. I feel like he's dodging it.
Tariffs, you responded.
She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever.
Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs. No, that's not how things work.
China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all,
that was a great attack from Kamala on Trump. I want to say that. I don't know if it's true whether he gave a bunch of chips to China. It may be. It might be. Probably is. I would look into that. I wouldn't just take that for her word. And all the results of it. I'm not really interested in, to be honest, what they have done in the past. I'm more interested on what either of them will do in the future of our country, what they plan to do, how they plan to fix everything. That is more of a concern to me, and I hope that is a concern to all of you, because that is just what's going to happen. That's just what we have to be wary about. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're a-okay. All right.
Bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics. And
so is that your strategy, or are you a Marxist?
But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy.
I said this earlier, but I want to make this clear again and again and again. I do not agree with his views on immigration. Everyone at one point had someone down the line of their family tree immigrate to America. Immigration is so important to our economy and to everything. Immigration is key. We were built, this country was built on immigrants. What do you think the great American melting pot was? Immigration is very fantastic. Are you, Donald Trump, going to go into a field and start farming? Are you going to do that job? Is half of America going to do that job? No. Some immigrant boy is going to do that for cheap, under minimum wage pay, under the table, without a W-2, because he doesn't even know what a W-2 is. So, are you going to sit there and tell me that immigration is bad and to just build a wall? Or are you going to later realize that, oh wait, I was wrong, bring them all in? I need you to stop thinking that immigration is bad. I need that.
They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the state.
He talks so much I have to talk about this. I'm really disappointed, really disappointed that Roe v. Wade was overturned. It should not have been overturned. Roe v. Wade is an important, very important court case in which I would not be alive without it. I need that to be said. And I know that sounds weird. Like, doesn't Roe v. Wade kill off the babies in their stomachs? And yes, it does. However, I was a twin, and my twin in my mother's stomach died in her stomach and was progressively making her worse. It was rotting inside of her, and I was still inside of her, and it was killing her slowly. And she went to the doctor, and even though it was dead, they could not do an abortion for the child, the dead child. And so she had to go out of state to a state that allowed it. And only then, when she was on the verge of dying, could she get an abortion. It was that bad. I think she had it done in Georgia. So I need to say this very clearly. Let people do what they want with their own bodies. It is their right. It is strongly their right. I think I've said that clear. I hope I have said that clear. And I hope that people start letting people do things with their own bodies, such as abortion. Abortion, it is the mother's choice. We don't know how they are doing financially. We don't know how it will affect that person's body. There are many reasons to have an abortion. Some of them may be unfair in your eyes, and that is completely fair of an assessment to make. However, you must also recognize that having a child is life-changing, both in the everyday aspect, but also in the financial aspect. It changes a life, more than just the one's birth. Okay, let's continue.
States. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. but we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban.
Hold on. He was not given permission to speak yet. Why is his mic on? He should be able to talk right now. The whole reason that we have the timer and that we have the muting of mics is because this man went on interrupting and went on talking when he was not allowed to talk. And so I'm actually kind of disappointed that they didn't keep him muted to the very last second that they asked him the question.
And there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss.
He makes an okay attack at Kamala right now, talking about student loans. They did say that they would make a large dent to student loans. However, student loans are still a thing. They did forgive a lot of debt. I will give them that. I didn't even expect them to give any relief to the debt. So kudos for them to actually keeping up with it to some extent. But it is a fair attack to say, hey, you said you'd get all of it. But that could be said also on Trump's side. A big hypocrite and a liar. So yeah, let's just talk.
If you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair.
You just said that he got rejected again by the Supreme Court, of which earlier was said the Supreme Court has 3 justices, all appointed by Mr. Trump. So why are you being so negative about it, and saying that it's his fault when in fact it's your fault? Secondly, I hate that things are often 50-50 in the Senate and the House. I hate that. I truly hate how strong parties tend to vote. I wish that our senators would just vote how they feel instead of how their party feels, because their party does not fully represent their constituents, although they are voted by their constituents. They need to have some thinking externally from them, because their job is to think for the better of their constituents, not just think like their constituents, nor to be a sheep and to follow all of their party members in one vote. They are supposed to think independently for their constituents. And I wish that was not the same for both parties. Both Democrat and Republican parties are like sheep when voting in some cases. And I despise that. It is more often seen with the Republican Party, and it is more strongly seen with the Republican Party as not recently, a little while back, some vote was happening in Congress, and Trump just said, while out of office, he does not have any political office at the moment, and he just says, hey, vote that down, when it was going to be voted for, and he just canceled a whole bill because he said so. He was not in power at all, and he did that. So I want people to know that he should not have that power out of office, and no one should have that power out of office. Yeah, I went on a bit of a tangent there, but I hate the party system in Congress.
Fair, that would have been part of the reason they lost. to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions?
Moral of the story is he's deflecting because it's, I don't know, because he doesn't want to offend some people, even though the answer still offends those people. I don't know why he's deflecting. Anyway, he's saying that, hey, it'll never reach my desk, so I don't have to make a decision. But if it does, I don't have to care. Anyway, he would most likely veto, probably. If it does make it to his desk, people would be so happy that it passed through Congress. And then they'll be so sad that it got vetoed. And then they'd make him out to be such a jerk. And that's why he can't say no right now.
On a woman's right to an abortion.
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term.
I really want her to just think about, why have they not reinstated Roe v. Wade right now? The Supreme Court shot it down. They did. However, I want them to think about some actions that they can do to basically reinstating it. Either an executive command or I don't know, agencies, some bills, something. I want you to not just say, hey, when I'm in power, when I'm elected, I'll do this. You already are elected. You already are vice president. And I want you to do something about it. I don't want you to say, hey, when I'm elected, I'll do this. Because you already are elected. When you say, when I'm elected, you're making it seem to me that, hey, I put this off. Or, hey, I didn't want to do it now. Or, hey, I'm sorry, I was busy. Sorry. But I want it now. Why are you keeping that from me? I want those protections of Roe v. Wade. I want people to have these things. And you're just not doing it, and that makes me, as an American citizen, concerned when you say, when I'm elected. I want the things. You want the things. Why aren't they here now?
And in asking for an abortion, that is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers, to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader.
Why is he not muted? They did it again. Why is he not muted? The people are talking. The people who should not, who, the people who should be regulating this are not stopping him from cutting in when he should be stopped. This is a timed debate. It does not make any sense if he can just talk as he wants. He is the reason why you have the ability to mute him. He is the reason. There is no other reason. Okay, let's go back to what he's saying.
On IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question,
you
would you
could
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this
I need
stage
to hear that
who
question
has
again. I'm sorry.
Causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our
I want to say this right now. There is no time when someone who is not in political office should be able to just call up some of our representatives in Congress or in Senate, any part of the House. He should not be able to call up any number of our representatives, and tell them, hey, shoot down that bill. You are out of office, my sir. You're not a good sir, you're just a sir. In fact, I want to say you're a bad sir. You should not be able to do that. That is a dictatorship. You are not in power. No one has elected you for anything as of that moment, and yet you have the power to call up people and say, hey, vote that bill down. And I do not appreciate that. Let's go on.
Our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
I just want to say that, for one, I have not heard anything about eating dogs or cats from Springfield. Is Springfield the city that had the bad water back when Obama was still in office? The thing that should have been fixed years and years ago? Is that what we're talking about? You. That's so funny. San Francisco, what the heck are you talking about? Alright. That's really funny. Haitian immigrants, really? I don't know. I'm gonna tell you guys to look into it yourselves. For right now, I'm not gonna give any commentary on that. Because I do not know anything. However, he said something else that I did want to
As
talk
far
about.
as rallies of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
That's what I wanted to talk about. You can hear an audible laugh from Kamala, but her mic is not on. Why are you letting Trump just talk when it's not his turn yet? the regulators, the speakers, are talking and he's just interrupting them. They need to be fair in this aspect. Anyway, let's continue.
They're eating the
Yeah,
pets.
she's talking. She just talked and she's muted. You can see that. You could hear that. You could hear that from his mic. She's talking, and yet she is muted her mic. But he was talking when he should have been muted. I want to point that out.
Of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Get
people on
wrecked.
television.
Just say here, this
Get
is
People on
wrecked.
television say my dog was
Get
taken, and
fact checked. Oh my gosh. Get fact checked. Live on the air. Get fact checked. This dude just got owned. Oh my gosh. You don't even have to look it up. This dude just, oh
used
my
for food.
gosh.
So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
We'll find out. No, we won't. It didn't happen. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Ah, thank you for the fact check. Thank you for live fact
Talk
checking
about
him.
extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people.
What's
Not
with
so
the camera?
graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book.
I don't really have anything to say about this regarding what he's saying right now. I just want to reference when he used to do a TV show called The Apprentice, I believe, where he was famous for saying, "You're fired." That was this guy. This guy had a TV show. I think it was in his own Trump Towers. And I think he hired celebrities for like a day or a week or something. I never seen the show. All I know is that his line is, "You're fired," and that's it. He was also in the Home Alone TV show, and he's also been on Epic Rap Battles, like, it's gonna be 3 times now. He was versus Scrooge, he was versus Biden, oh, he was versus Hillary, and now he'll be versus Kamala. So it'll be 4 times soon. That is crazy. Anyway, let's continue.
Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Did you know that our population has increased? Did you know that you're also, I think you're just wrong. I think Nixon also was just very, very popular. And also Reagan. Reagan was popular. I think Nixon beats you by a landslide, though. I think you're very much exaggerating. Sorry, but not sorry.
Far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah.
So we're gonna find their documents. I know they're undocumented. They probably just lost their papers. We're gonna find them. We're gonna find them all. Get the broom and we're gonna sweep them away. We're gonna sweep them out of the country. Sorry. I just needed to make a joke.
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you
I think that any fact that he says needs to be fact checked. I think it truly does.
know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements.
He needs to be muted. You need to make sure he is muted. There is a mute. It's not hard. He needs to be muted. Please and thank you.
They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well,
Okay. Someone may believe what he just said, and that would be a good comeback to that fact check that was just made. And also speaking about the 800 something thousand jobs, about Kamala's being fake, or the Biden constituency being fake, regarding those jobs, that's actually a very good attack on that group. Because the way that the government says, oh, this many jobs has been made, it was for a long time saying hey, this many companies were made, and thus we're going to say this many jobs were made. That's how it was for a long time. And there's a flaw in that system, because a lot of people are doing personal companies right now. A lot of people are just making their own one-on-one companies, and they don't know about that. They don't. The government doesn't realize that they're not going to be hiring anybody, and if they are, it's going to be a lot less than what they think. So they need to account for that. There needs to be a way to figure that out. But that number is incorrect. There is not that many job openings. In fact, a lot of job openings are just from the government itself. Cool. Great attack by Trump there.
I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes.
Okay. I don't want to hear that right now. I'd love to hear it later. Trust me. I hate Trump, okay? But I want you to answer the question. I want you to talk about the things instead of just attacking him because he was convicted of a crime. Okay? Thank you.
Election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage.
I think she's dodging the question, but I'm not sure. I'm going to go back for a sec.
A new form of crime. It's called migrant crime.
Violent.
Coming from someone.
Thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
1,000 job crime. Through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually...
They said they created...
Coming from someone who crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable at his law and respect for law enforcement. Let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law.
She's talking about crime and she's relating that to
the former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000
so I think it's completely fair
agents,
for her to bring it
get
up.
this,
I just
on the
wasn't
day
paying
after he was
particular
arraigned on
attention.
34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse
You
me.
are also,
Everyone.
excuse me, you're also giving the same old tired book, because I think the question was regarding crimes, and you didn't say anything about what you were going to do regarding that. You just said the same old thing of what people are concerned about, and then you proceeded to do the same old thing of not saying what you were going to do about it. And that is what I'm tired about. I'm tired about that with both of you. So let's continue.
One of those cases was started by them against their political opponent, and I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me.
Did you notice that they actually muted him this time, and he just kept on talking, and then, but he's interrupting her, which, rude, by the way. Let her talk, let her finish, and then they unmuted him. They're letting him speak. No, what do you think it's muted for?
She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
This is good.
My values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance.
The reason why they love fracking, the reason why they didn't stop fracking, because fracking, if you don't know, is basically America's moneymaker right now. We are a large exporter of raw oil right now, if you didn't know. Raw oil. because that's what fracking does. It makes oil. It gets us oil. We are actually one of the largest oil exporters now because of fracking. I think in the Dakotas and Montana is fracking, but I could be wrong. Anyway, we are a huge exporter of raw oil now, and we still import fuel for that. Maybe one day we'll actually refine our oil, but for right now we're exporting it to refine. But it is huge, and it is one of our large moneymakers, and that is why they will not stop fracking.
On foreign oil, we have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into...
Keep him muted. And she talked for so long I forgot what her question was.
Is not going to stop him.
Harris, in your last run for president,
About the fake right.
President Harris, mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't.
Yeah.
First term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams.
I feel like, I mean, this is basically a politician's thing. They love walking around questions. They love going around things. Yeah, I mean, as if a regular person were to just see this, it'd be like, okay, cool, your morals haven't changed, cool, that's great. It would still be nice if we could get like an explanation on why you don't, on why your things changed. I would love that. She talked a little about the oil, but other than that, she didn't really go into depth.
My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now.
Excuse you.
Does that sound?
Excuse you? No, you do not get to say, wait a minute, I'm talking now. You have been interrupting this whole time. Shut up.
Familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing so important in my opinion.
She just said that she was fine with fracking.
I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you.
Did you just say 400, 500 acres of desert soil? And you said that's bad for the environment? It's a desert. You freaking idiot. It's a desert. You put it in the context of it being a desert. It's a desert. Who cares about the ecosystem if it's a desert? What ecosystem? Yeah, there's scorpions. Yeah, there's cactus. Yeah, there's actually an ecosystem if you look into it. However, it's a desert. It can have solar panels. Also, solar panels can be on the roofs of regular buildings. Tesla is making solar panel roofs. That's pretty cool. Other companies are making solar panel roofs. You could have office buildings with solar panel roofs. You could have the Empire State Building with solar panel roofs and windows. Do you understand a solar panel window? That would be amazing. Doesn't even have to be a window. You could have solar panel walls, and that would still be good. Still be way better than windows. Get on that. Stop saying no to solar power. It's good for you.
Thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago, her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill.
Timer's up.
If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker.
I hate this man.
That was said sarcastically.
I hate
Look,
this man.
There's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have standing.
Fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel.
I'm going to say this right now, because I'm going to do something while they're both talking, but I'm going to be listening. And after they're done talking, I'll give my remarks if I have any. But I'm going to say my opinion right now, before anything else is said. Both of them have to be on Israel's side, which is a sad thing, because Israel is an ally to the U.S., a large ally, and it is very important to the Christian faith, which is a lot of the constituents. Excuse me. It's one of the largest religions in history, and a minor religion is being attacked at the moment. So they have to be on Israel's side, regardless of their actual opinions on things. Their opinions are probably still Israel's side, sadly. My opinion is, why do you think that Hamas attacked? What is Hamas's perspective on the matter? And what has Israel done in retaliation? I implore everybody to just look into why Hamas is doing this. I implore everybody to try to see Hamas's perspective, to try to understand why this is happening. I fear to elaborate on their perspective, as I do not have all the facts, and I may be wrong in some instances. But I want you to know that I do not side with Israel. I side with Hamas. And they should just be let free. Let their people go. I'm going to now let them talk about this. I'm going to mute myself, and I will be back in a little bit.
Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population, because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this. Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken.
I forgot that I was muted. I'm back. My audio got cut off right at their break time. So I'm gonna just talk about the Israel war, the part that I heard. So I heard that Trump claimed that if she's elected, then Israel will be gone in 2 years. And I just want to say that that's very stupid. And I don't think that's true at all. Other than that, it just seemed pretty standard and regular. I don't know. I will rewind to the break, and then I will you should probably come back. Oh, okay. It's only a few minutes off. Okay, cool. I'm only 2 minutes after the break. Okay, great. Skip ahead if you don't want to listen again.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
Getting
I want
called
the war
out.
to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers.
How are you going
Look,
to end the war?
We're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard.
I want to say that Zelensky is very cool. Vladimir Zelensky, if you don't know, is the leader of Ukraine. And he is actually one of the few leaders that would actually, if their country was at war, be with the soldiers on the front lines. You wouldn't see that from Trump. You wouldn't see that from Biden. You wouldn't see that from Obama. Because you didn't see it from Obama. I miss Obama. But, I mean, I guess he did the drone strikes, but I mean, wow. You saw it on TV. What I'm saying is, Vladimir is cool because he's fighting with his troops. Anyway, I want to say that Trump was given a question. Who does he want to win the war? Basically was the question. And he still could not give a straight answer to that question. He wants Russia to win the war. It's very clear. He's friends with Russia. I don't know why. Maybe they give good deals. I don't know. But he wants them to win. And I don't think he should. Because as they have said, Russia's just going to keep eating and eating and eating more countries. It's going to expand if it can. That's just what's going to happen. Sorry to say. Okay. Let's continue.
Heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Stop.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have
my
lost
gosh.
300,000
Trump.
men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow.
I hate this man
much happier
so much.
than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand,
He loves
they
that
sent
phrase.
her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She
I
goes
think he's
down
gone
as the
over the
worst
minute mark.
vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something.
He talks
She is
so
a
much.
horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she
I
went
would
to
like a
negotiate
fact
with
check
Vladimir
on that.
Putin. Vice President
Oh.
Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries.
He loves to talk, and their first mistake was letting him in the first place when he wasn't allowed to, and then they did it again and again. And the thing is, it's okay to do it once, but that already starts him to think, oh, I can go again and again. I can keep doing this. You're letting me do this. They're being too nice to him, and that's the reason why this is an hour 49 when it should have been a lot less. It should not be this long. Anyway, let's continue.
The 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had no...
That's so funny. He says it in his joke is said in the same way he's talking, but he just made a great joke, and I just want to give him applause for that. And not a lot of people are gonna recognize that. Some people are gonna laugh, but they're not gonna recognize it's a joke. And I just love that it's a joke.
Nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most
can't move on.
embarrassing
You let the
moment in
beast
the history
go.
of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because
Since
they
he's
saw
over
how
time,
incompetent she
I'm just
and her
gonna
boss are.
talk over
President
him.
Trump, thank you. I want to move on
Hydrate.
now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your
And why
thoughts on
did you
this?
comment on it?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive.
She's trying to ask a question. She's trying to lead into a question. And of course, he has to talk. He wouldn't let Kamala talk over. No, that's not right. But they'll let him. They'll let
Presidency
because he's louder.
in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I'm.
Thank you for letting her respond because it is only fair. That is all I want to say.
Not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan.
Stop unmuting him. Just stop. Stop. It's so easy to just ignore him and don't unmute him.
Plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what our plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
going to move on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he
President
has said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now, but
Okay. Get a plan. I don't think either of them have a plan. And I'm sad about that. It's a hard thing to plan. For sure. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of space. We have a big country. But they should plan. They should really, really plan.
if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that Access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Fastest
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought
Stop letting him
Obamacare for
talk.
10 years.
It's so easy. You have a mute. Just ignore him. Ah. The thing is, he has to be close to them in order to hear them. And that is a shame, because that means he's loud enough to talk over them. Ugh. It would be optimal to just have them in a separate room and then have the speakers in a separate room. 2 separate rooms. And when the speakers are talking, it overwrites their mics and just is very clear in each other's rooms. This is it's so dumb that it would have to go to that. It's so dumb. Okay, let's continue.
But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she will.
Oh, yeah. Oh, also, Obamacare's pretty nice. Look into it. It has helped a lot of people. It is pretty cheap. It's not the cheapest, of course. It's not free healthcare. But it helps a good amount of people, and it's not being talked about enough. It helps low-income people. Look into it. I don't have all the information, but I recommend looking into it. If you need healthcare, please get healthcare. I hate that Trump is a detriment to it. Oh, also drink water. Very healthy for you. I'm drinking water right now. I haven't added anything to it, but if you want, add a flavor. Just make sure you drink water, okay? Get some of it into you. Okay, that's all.
Won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation.
You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Canada has insurance. The UK has insurance. At one point, insurance, not insurance. Sorry. Why am I saying insurance? Canada has free healthcare. I think the UK has free healthcare. At one point, there was such good healthcare in one of those countries that you couldn't make an appointment for the doctor 3 days in advance or whatever, because they had availability that day. No, I'm saying this wrong. I wish I had the clip. I wish I had the clip. Let me see if I can look it up. I would like the clip. Ha 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 ha. Let's do that. YouTube. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay. UK health care to good. Da da da. Was it Canada or was it the UK? Hmm. Da da da. The thing that I'm thinking of is someone wanted to schedule an appointment like 3 days in advance, and they said that they couldn't. Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. Anyway, there was a little clip that I saw, and it was someone saying, "Oh, I tried calling and saying, hey, can I have an appointment?" With and the what was it? What was the reason why they couldn't get the appointment? Because it's so weird. They said they had availability now, but they couldn't schedule in advance. It was so weird. I think it was the UK. I don't know though. Yeah.
That you need
Sorry, I
immediate.
can't
President
find
Trump,
that
thank
clip.
you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been Vice President. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers, and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What
They're gonna
they've
kill.
done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have
Probably the
nothing
businesses,
because
not the people.
they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
It's just gonna be final remarks. Both of them have no clear plan on what to do with the country, and that makes me annoyed. They don't really have a plan on how to fix the recession that we're going into. They have no real plan on anything right now. And that makes me sad. That makes me really sad. Yeah. This was a terrible debate, in my opinion, because Trump just kept talking over people, and they just let him. They didn't stop him. They just let him, and that is their mistake. That is completely their mistake. And that made Kamala want to do the same, because it's only fair. But that just makes it look worse for her on her side. Don't do that. Just be calm. Just wait it out. Make it look like he's the only one doing the bad thing. Don't let him egg you to do the same. That's a mistake on your part. If you just let him do it alone, then you look like the bigger person. 100%. 110%. You gotta let him do it alone. And it's your mistake if you don't. Man. Oh, it's so annoying. So annoying. I liked the speakers, the regulators, the whatever you call them, the hosts. I'm a fan of the news anchor. I don't really know the anchoress. How do I say this? I saw some goods and bads of both. Some good attacks from both on the other. I do want to say, before and after, no matter what, I'm gonna vote Harris. You guys can vote whoever you want. You are free to your opinion. I'm not going to force you to vote either direction. If you want fact checking, I suggest you going to Politico. Politico is a website that does fact checking on political things like this. They did it for all the previous debates. I'm going to check it after this. I really, really just wish that they handled Trump better. He was so annoying. So annoying. Ay, ay, ay. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours now. 3. 3.5. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. 3.5 hours. Because I had to talk so much about this. It's almost time right here.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So
Just
I
a few
think
more
you've heard
minutes.
tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an
Okay,
attempt to take
focus.
us backward.
You're being
But we're not
dumb.
going back. And I do
Mm-hmm.
believe
You're
that the
making a
American
speech.
people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
Before President Trump talks, I want to say I don't like whenever Kamala talks, whenever Harris talks, I feel like she's always trying to make a speech out of her talk, and I don't like that. I want her to just talk. Trump is much easier to listen to for me, and that's a shame. I don't want that. I don't want that. He's funnier too, but that's just who he is. He's a funny guy. I don't like Trump. Again, I will reiterate. Um, he's a bad man. Anyway, um, what I'm saying is, she's making a speech, and this is the perfect time to make a speech. But I feel like every time she was talking, she was making a speech. And she has the same tone and stuff like that. And I don't want a speech every time I hear her talk. I want her to debate and say, no, I'm going to be doing this. This is how I'm going to help in this aspect. I'm going to do this and this and this. And she's not doing that. She's not doing that at all. And I wish she would. Anyway, on to Trump. I'm so happy that there's less than 3 minutes left.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like We're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you.
That was too good of a speech. That's a bad thing. I am actively not wanting Trump to win, and that was a very good attack on Kamala, saying, "Hey, why hasn't she done this now?" He went on for like 30 seconds saying, "Hey, she's been in office for 3 years already. Why hasn't she done this now?" Very good attack by him. Excuse me. This whole thing has this whole section, this whole speech, it's basically attacking her, and it's very good. It's very smart. He's very loud and very strong in his talking, and this is where he excels in attacking. And it's just working. If people look at this 2-minute speech of hers and then 2-minute speech of his, one after the other, he wins. He just wins. Her speech is very soft, very, very broad, very bland. Not really saying what she's gonna do. I mean, she talks a little about, hey, I'm gonna help people with children. I'm gonna help small businesses. We're gonna get abortion right back. And she's very broad in that aspect, very short with it. And then he goes on to attack, like, yeah, she's saying she's doing that, but she hasn't yet. She hasn't. She's had this much time and she hasn't. Why? Very strong attack. I commend the speech. However, I really wish he didn't. It is such a shame. And that is it, I think.
And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Good night. Oh my gosh. Cool. Let's see. Politico. Okay. So as I said, Politico is a group that fact checks all these presidential debates. The abducting pets and the fact check. I love the fact check. Ooh, that was a good line that she said. Trump was fired by 81 million people. This is just people saying that she won. I want the fact checking. I don't care about people's opinions on who won. I want the fact checking. Yeah, he did dodge the question regarding if he wanted Ukraine to win the war. Um, da, da. Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris. That's actually awesome. That's great. The moderators could have been better. However, they should not. The Republicans blaming Trump is crazy because he got to talk more because of that. Yeah, so that's crazy. Wow, everyone's saying he did bad. Oh yeah, that was a little awkward by him. The race question. Yeah, I think they did okay. I think their main problem was just not muting him enough and not ignoring him enough. I wonder what they're saying they did poorly. Um, wow, really? I want the fact check. I don't care about all this. I want the fact check. Debate. Also, what's this show? Really? I'm trying to find any bit about fact checking. Fact check Trump's debate claim about U.S. energy production and gas prices pretty much the opposite of what's going on. Yeah, I'll look at this for a sec. Biden and killed. Yeah, we started. Yeah. Yeah. Um. Yeah, we're producing more oil than any other country in the history of the world. We have raw oil. We're doing great, and we're exporting a lot of it, but we're also importing fuel because we don't have refineries. Da, da, da. Wow, really? Yeah, talking about COVID, and the Russia-Ukraine war increasing the prices, but then they went down. The price of regular gasoline or regular gallon of gas is now under $3 in many states and heading lower. Currently in my state, it's in the $4 range. I think it's around 4.60 at some places. So I would love to see it in the $3 range. It is a shame though. Biden killed the Keystone XL oil pipeline, which is true, but then pivoted to saying Biden also approved the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which carried natural gas from Russia to Germany. Yeah, I don't know how he approved that. That would be German. Story's a little more convoluted than that. Trump put sanctions on companies working on the Russia pipeline, a move pushed by Ted Cruz, etc. Trump's move miffed Germany, which had wanted the gas. Germany then pushed Biden to remove the sanctions, which he did, and the gas started flowing. Then Russia invaded Germany, someone bombed Nord Stream 2, and the US started shipping massive amounts of liquefied natural gas to Europe to replace that gas. Thank you for this. I don't remember Russia invading Germany. Huh. Huh, huh, huh. Huh, 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 huh. Yeah. Let me see. Fact check. This was in the morning. It was later today, or later yesterday now. Here, let's check this. They did fact check Kamala. That is true. She did say some things that I would like fact checked. Mhm. 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 So apparently Trump went on to say that it was an unfair debate and that it was a 3-on-1. Um, yeah, Davis did confront Harris on her flip-flopping. Exactly. Yeah, they waited 6 months before the election to issue executive actions on the border. They caught them on that. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it was kind of home field advantage for Harris. Hmm. Yeah, I wish they did ask more about what they will do in office. Alright, and the last thing that I'm gonna do before I end stream is I'm going to watch some
Bottles of artillery! Donald Trump versus Ebenezer Scrooge! Wake up, Scrooge! I'm about to take a dickens of a dog on this lonely, homely, little miserable grove. I'm like the star on a Christmas tree. You're like the star. I'm not known for my heart, but you're still getting drunk. You remind me of my ex-wife in a bikini, cause you disgust me. Keep your TB from Tiny Timmy away from me. Don't even touch me. I don't shake hands, I don't make fans. I ruin rappers faster than Scottish land. Even JC knows what a pimp I am. I got my name on the front of the business, man. My raps will haunt you, make you think you're going insane. You're about to get whooped by 3 MCs of the ethereal plane. So when the clock strikes, prepare to enter a world of Christmas pain. Cause I'm out, I got my own f***ing problems, call me 2K.
How dare you disturb me when I'm napping in my chair? You're a crappy rap spitting apparition. I ain't scared of this random phantom. Hunt all you want, I don't care. I do not believe in ghosts and I don't believe that hair.
Don't panic, Scrooge, but you're about to crash. I'm JP Morgan, the ghost of rich dudes past. Who's properly rocking the Monopoly mustache? You are on the railroad, I run these tracks. You got dumped on a bench, now you're pissed at the world. You should have made like Sebastian and kissed a girl. Because your greed is the curse that's gonna tear you apart. What good is your purse if you're poor in your heart?
Ah, humbug! Your raps don't unnerve me, they're atrocious. What frightens me the most is your gross ghost proboscis. Business and success, that's the life I've selected. So enough with your pictures from the past are not effective.
Well, you're about to be right now. I'm the ghost of what's right now. Just take a lesson from Easy. You're missing the point of an easy. There's more to life than you will take it easy. Even I can make time for a ZZ. That's for some friends on your wish list. Cause you don't know the spirit of Christmas. If you think that you would at this moment, then share your money with some of the homies.
Oh, this isn't happening. Oh, this is maddening agony. Wait, actually hearkening back to the dead Donald Fletcher, I still am expecting a final specter.
You're gonna die with no one to love you and no one to cry. Move by yourself for the better, your death with a sense of regret on your last dying breath. You've chosen the path of a selfish man with tiny containers and blood on your hand. The penance you pay for the way you behave is written as plain as a name on a grave.
Are these the shadows of things that will be, or things that may be only? If I depart from my course, can they change? Say it is thus with what you show me. I promise to mend my ways. A friend to all men is what I will become. It's Christmas, I haven't missed my chance to be different. God bless us, every...
Hold on! Who's there?
I really like the rapper. I really like the present ghost. Anyway, I'm watching all the Donald Trump epic rap battles, and then I'm gonna end stream. But Politico, yeah, it didn't really have many fact-checking. Maybe it'll have more fact-checking another day. And also, it was kind of put in Kamala's favor, because it was basically 3-on-1 as they described. And they only fact-checked him, but I mean, he is the guy to fact-check. I just wish that they talked more about what they were going to do in the future, what their plans were, than what they did. Like they did a variety of things, which is good, but I wanted them to focus on the future.
I've been in this game too long. I'm a public servant. Have been since I met MLK in person. I'm a woman of the people. That's for certain. You're a man of the people who don't like turbans. I was living in the West Wing while you were professional wrestling. Got skin like Russian dressing from too much Russian investing. You've been going bankrupt since the 90s. If it was any wrong, you couldn't find me. You don't care about the job, Trump. You just think that desk is shiny. I said that I respect your children, but that wasn't quite right, yo. Looking like some extras from American Psycho. First name is Hillary, middle name Rado. Last name is Clinton, and lyrics I got it. There's celebrities on The Apprentice. Motherfucker.
Oh. All right. In the meantime, I can look for them. No. 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 Yes. That seems to be the problem here. Okay, it's loaded.
How do I say this? You're racist. Ooh, you must get so pissed that your hands are too small to stop and frisk. So you use your fingers to touch chicks.
She's only 12 years old.
That's enough. Shit.
But she's married, sir.
Just gotta get pushy.
That's your daughter.
Well, grab her by the pussy. Ah, that's assault, brother. Don't tell me the victim's involved, sucker. Don't know shit about snakes. You could've walked on the 8th all grade. I'm sucker. How to save the day. I'm gonna rock and roll. Bad bitch on the scene like murder she wrote. So go ahead, Donna, let me see it flow. I brought Michelle's speech. Here are some quotes.
Let me just say, I respect all females, but your rhymes are trash. Put them next to your emails. Our country's in crisis. Who wants to vote for the mother of ISIS? That might not be exactly true, but I don't do I like that. Well, you wanna talk about misogyny? Your bill's worse than Cosby. He left a mess on that dress like you left in Benghazi. And you wanna break the glass ceiling, Hillary, I sense it. The only crack you'll find is my ass pressed against it. Numbers are in it, I'm riding your tail. You don't have the stamina, baby, you're frail. This'll be just like a way when you fail. Trump will appoint you to jail. How do I say this? year or two. And you almost lost the primary to a socialist Jew. What are the American people got a Yankee Doodle do? They're gonna throw your fat face that they're just not into you. They want a strong male leader who could stand up to China. Not a faded little wishy-washy bleeding heart vagina. I'm gonna run these streets like I run my casinos. More police and less Latino. You bury us in debt buying poor people's socks. I'll create jobs, tearing down mine. I'll use all the best rocks from the site to build a wall. Dip it in gold and make Mexico pay for it all. I'll make this country great again. We'll all be living long. I'll tell Congress you're fired and put Charles in charge. 'Cause this whole system's rigged, and we all know the rigor. For the last 8 years, this country's been run by.
Are you fucking kidding me with this blah, blah, blah? Half a mind to freeze you both to my overtime. Half a month of discussion up in TMZ. You got brother black and brother on the Facebook feed. I'm so sick and tired of this ridiculous shit. If this is the best my party gets, then my party should quit. I'm sorry, did I say something that you found funny? Wipe that creepy ass smile off your face and beat this dummy. And if she does win the White House, be a man and hold the door. Don't get your fans stirred up in some sort of Twitter civil war. Here's an equal opportunity smackdown in a sequel. Let's have the people, by the people, for the people.
For me, it was a win by Donald there.
It's the DJT, getting it on. The Teflon Don on the White House lawn. Against wimps like you, I'll win a third term. Your campaign's like your family. Crash and burn. Looting and violence will keep the MAGA movement quiet. Resist me? That's a riot. Why'd you step behind the gym? I'll be standing by. See how tough you are against the 45. I should've hoped for your whole party. Bigger than the one I blew through Kasam Soleimani. Then I go and bone on Milani. I'm gonna smash you, Joe. Like China. I've got all the best cognition with all the top grammar. I'm not a little girl's shoulders, so you can't touch this MC stammer. You're a disaster inciting hysteria. You say I'm selling hate in America, you're selling hate in America. Like with Hillary, the people aren't swayed. Just Barack's shadow, and I don't really like the shade.
The pain of losing loved ones is something I've seen. So I know how you must have felt when they killed Jeffrey Epstein. Rap lyrics just ain't for you. You should stick to love letters for Kim Jong-un. You're a wrestling heel. Nothing about you's real. Bitch, you didn't even really write the art of the deal. But you tapped into the rage of red Mad Hatters. Well, let me tell you, Trump, all lives matter. I don't want to defund no police. I picked a DA for my VP. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I'm just an old ass man with some decency. Wrong. No matter what you try to say, global warming ain't catch. You pulled out a parachute, have pulled out a Stormy Daniels. I ain't sleepy, I'm tired of you, Donald Trump. You're fired.
The only thing getting fired on my watch is tear gas from law enforcement. I'll keep America great. You'll unleash Antifa and keep America like Portland. Ain't nothing gonna beat me. No person, woman, man, camera, TV. They impeached me. I still walked out of D.C. looking peachy. You got the sloppy Joe, but no beef. The only white privilege I see are those teeth. Maybe teach your son a thing or two about life. Like there's no hunting season for your dead brother's wife. You and your mask and your Knight Rider shades are getting revoked like your Roe versus Wade. There's no blue wave. Forget it, not coming. Like I tell criminals, Joe, stop running.
Was Breonna Taylor running? You dog, whistling fool. I think your daddy would finally be proud of you. He was a racist asshole, too.
Что ты сделал?
What's this malarkey?
Oh, ебать!
Keep at it and you'll end up in jail, hoss. I'll take you down like a mule and you're a mailbox. From all your wives to the SATs, everything you ever did, you just had to cheat. Cause you're too insecure to even look like a loser. You're the worst damn Republican since Herbert Hoover. When you scooped up a sycophantic homophobe loser and became the Constitution's domestic abuser. 200,000 deaths lying at your door. You think there's suckers like McCain in the Marine Corps. Sometimes I can't tell for which side you're rooting. When we go high, you go down on poop. Truth is, you're scared to lose. You got nothing in the bank that I owe you. You whine about balance like a bitch, but the only thing that's rigged is taxes for the rich. You're a freeloader. Change your name to Trump. My campaign tramping up. You can't get down a ramp. I'm pulling away faster than your wife's hand. For the love of democracy, will you shut up, man? Hold on.
So we know how that went. Both had some pretty good lines there. Looking back on things, it's kind of funny, especially when Biden says you couldn't get up a ramp when Biden couldn't get up a staircase to a plane. And now he's really old, like really, really old. And Trump is almost that old as well. Thank you for watching. I'll probably make a video out of this, and edit some things. Hopefully, edit some things. I don't know how to edit. So it would be my first time, but I would add like some context, maybe some visuals. Yeah, I would hope to add some, and I would cut out all the, I would skip breaks in air. Some of my explanations I would keep, but I would skip some uhs. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Hope it didn't take too long. My timer says I've been recording for 4 hours. So I'm gonna go to sleep now. Because that's long. That is a long time. So thank you for watching, and goodbye.